Good morning, good morning, good morning. A new week, and we're still gonna work on the action system, improve it. I think I might have come up with a solution for the problem that appeared last Friday. And I think that solution is one of the solutions I talked about last Friday. I just wasn't that comfortable doing it. But I think we're gonna follow through today, see where it leads us. And it's basically this. We're going to make action dependencies a bit broader. They are going to be way more specific. So we might have one dependency. Of course, we're going to have dependencies, the classic type of dependency we had previously. Like action of type A needs to be processing for this one to be ready. But we're also going to have dependencies like target provider dependency. So that basically means that if we add that one to an action, we make that action target dependent on another action. We are gonna have, I reckon we will have point dependent as well, actually. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we'll see. So first of all, we're gonna do this. I want to add a separate folder for dependencies, I think. Yo, what's up, Harukanan? Good morning, good morning. Hope you had a wonderful weekend. So I think we're gonna add a folder here. Do I want to add it here? Yeah. Dependencies. Maybe game actions dependencies. Dependency. Yeah, whatever. Harukanan, weekends are too short. I request extending them with about 5 days, please. Sometimes they definitely feel too short. I hear you. I hear you. Especially when, when you have that type of weekend which is pretty much entirely occupied by chores. So on Sunday evening, yeah, sure, you have done some nice stuff. Maybe your house is cleaner, for instance. But you definitely don't feel rested. Like, how do I want to name these files? We want to have game actions, dependencies. Dependency is processing dependency, is target interactable dependency. Okay. I wonder why this name refuses to update. Canon, that is fine. At least I work for myself instead of making someone else richer. That's one way to look at it. Yo, good morning, Samsmite. If you could start the project from the beginning and again, is there something you would do differently architecture-wise? Yeah, I guess we're pretty much reworking some things right now, so definitely. I mean, always when I'm done with one module or something like that for my game, I always have this nagging feeling that I could have done it nice and cleaner and better, you know. But if I like, it's a good question. And I'm still not entirely sure about my terrain solution, if I'm gonna be honest with you. So maybe the terrain stuff, but we'll see. Yo, what's up, Geralt? Good morning, good morning. Is processing dependency. Okay. Oh, did I fuck up? Yes, I did. Monday morning. Yo, what's up, Calvino? Good morning, good morning. He would rebuild it in JavaScript. I don't know. Okay, is processing dependency. Yeah, we'll get some errors here. I wanna, let's leave it for now. Dependency has a type, if it's fulfilled or not. And then it has add action reference. We want to add action reference. Build new. I just hate this name. What we're actually checking here is processing. Or we can even do action is processing. But does this make sense then? is action processing. Okay, and then we have is target interactable dependency. I think yep. What did we name it? Is target interactable dependency. Yeah, this I'm pretty sure we can remove. And this namespace here, let's fix it. Okay, so what do we have? Is interactable dependency. I think we can remove this. And then we have action reference. We don't want this because I think we're going to do it like this. Is fulfilled. Oh. Wondering about this one, if we want to make this abstract instead and override it. Because I guess all of these dependencies do want to notify something, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Makes no sense to only have it here. Does it? And do we even need to have... Yeah, I think we want to have this one here somewhere. Maybe here. Private. Yeah, private set. Action on process change. add listener is action processing, and if it is, we do on change invoke. Okay, so is target interactable dependency? I'm not entirely sure we need to store this one actually. It would be add action reference. I will see. Because basically what we want to do here instead is no. It's action processing, but we want to name it something else. Check target interactability. Check target interactability. The thing is, that by just doing this, like we have currently, like this action here, we don't know this type per se. We actually need the second type that I so idiotically removed. So let's do public type interactable type. And for this one, then we probably want a custom target interactable dependency type. The we already do base type. Now we do type interactable type. Then we have add action reference. I think we only need to do check target interactability. So we do action, and this is where we're gonna listen on some other stuff. And this is where hopefully this new system will shine. I wonder, like, maybe I choose readability over performance right now by doing this, but I just feel like I need to get this system in place. And the most important thing for me right now is that it's more readable and extendable than the previously system we had in place. Because when I initially implemented it, I thought it was quite extendable, modular or whatever. But it actually was a little bit of a pain adding new actions. Hopefully we have improved this quite a lot this time around. So the idea here is that we have, how do I want to structure this? Now let's do host and target together, and then I want to have, or let's see here. Let's do it like this. So what I would like to pretty much want to have a public Unity event action on target change. Yo, what's up, Hilvan? I choose readability over performance, quote, is the correct way. You only start improving performance after you confirm that it is indeed a bottleneck to your performance. Sacrificing readability for performance boosts you might not even need is not the way. Yeah, like I'm starting to lean that way more and more. I always try to like keep performance in mind, but I want to keep it in the back of my mind, if that makes sense. I don't want to design around it at all times. So yeah, what I would want here is something similar to we had in Action Old, like this right here. So we're gonna do something like this for target. My only pet peeve is I would love to be able to just do I don't want to have two, but I guess there's no way around it. Let's do it. Or like having this, then I suppose private target get return target protected set if right. Can we just and we do target is equal to value and on target change invoke, and we want to send in this. But then again, yeah, let's keep it like this for now. On target change, and then I also want to have something similar for we're gonna fix the dependency errors soon, but each action is gonna have a target, even like non-interaction actions, and each action is also going to have a point. We're just gonna name it point this time around. And yeah, let's go protected set. And we want to have a similar one, but for point. What error do we have here? Oh, yeah. Okay, we're gonna have to... Are we gonna have to implement? Maybe. A public struct, yeah, that's true. Yeah, let's make it comparable then. Is comparable the correct word in C#? Is it make struct comparable C#? Equals. How far are we gonna have to go here? Yo, what's up, Spyers? Thank you for the raid, appreciate it. Hope you had a wonderful summer. Yeah, that's what we wanna do. Thank you, Spyers, thank you. Point. Okay, so point is pretty much... It's very similar to Raycast hit, honestly. But it's a little bit more designed around use in our game. Position, normal, game object, and collider. Or it's a little bit more lightweight, I suppose. Raycast hit Unity. Normal and point. Makes me wonder if I should just go with Raycast hit. But we do get... Maybe it's a bit too heavy. Or we could just implement equatable, you know. Okay, give me the short answer. There we go. I thought... And then we need to... Mm. Why don't I have a full-fledged example here? And then we do fix. Mm-hmm. So I thought. Implement interface. And what do we have? Do we only get equals actually? But we do need to implement some other stuff as well, right? Hey Max, what's up, what's up? Keep the good work up. I will try. Thank you for the follow as well, appreciate it. And when it comes to our point here, we care about... Do we care about all of these four being the same? Probably yes. But, Yu Xiang, what's up, what's up? Equals, yeah, let's start with this one. So then I guess we want to return I think I want to be explicit here. Position normal game object collider. So this dot position is equal to other dot position. And this dot normal is equal to other dot normal. And this dot game object. And finally, because definitely want, let's see here, a point, 2 points that has the same position and normal and game object, but not the same collider. We definitely want to differentiate between those two. They are going to be two separate points. I don't know when that would be the case though, but if we 1 second has point A then, that has, and then the next second we have point B where the only difference is the collider, we definitely want to notify at least our action system that the point has changed. So let's go with this. But yeah, this is probably not enough. No. Okay, so let's see here then. Now we're at the same point as this person, I reckon. What do we have? Public. Shouldn't this be override? Oh, yeah. Now it's coming back to me. Public override bool equals object. Object, here we go. And then we have to check if... Yeah. What I'm wondering here is, why does this person choose to call from this one called this? Am I reading that correctly? That feels weird. Shouldn't you want to do this and then you call this one? Whatever. So, like, if obj null or object two, and it's not but I mean it's not a point, is it? Something like this, and then we return equals point, something like this, right? And here we want to replace this one with point, and I guess B. And then we want to change it here as well. Get hash code as well. But this is how I should implement this, right? We override this one, which take object. If it's null or it's not point, return, otherwise call this one. Yes. And let's do get hash code as well then. Can't we do... calculation... Yeah, int.get hash code. What do we want to do here? We want to keep it... We can do from string, we can get hash code, right? Probably don't want to do it by string though. Actually, I'm just gonna do... Position and normal. Game object collider. Oh, fuck it. Let's do... And I think we can do position. Properly implement. Get hash code. Yeah, let's just keep it like this for now. I want to continue with these. So target, on target change, and then we actually also have a on point change. This, and we send in this one. Okay, nice. And then back to dependencies. Is target interactable dependency? I don't know about action reference just yet. Add action reference. And then what we want to do here is check target interactability. Action dot on target. But then again, one sec. This reads as if we're checking our target, so not the next action. Oh, this is weird. I would need to draw this or something. Because this is a dependency for checking a reference target or action. Once again, let's bring this one up and make it a little bit clearer. So if we want to do action interaction feed depends on pickup being in processing and focus being processing. But it also depends on the target of pickup being consumable and the target of focus being feedable, no, but being that it can consume. So it's very important. We don't check is target interactable dependency. Yeah. Yeah, one could think, because the target for feed is going to be the same as for focus. So we could check is target. And that's also the reason why we have two types in this case. One that is in base. Is target interactable? Are we gonna have... Am I gonna want... No, we can do it like this. I think. Yeah, we do it like this. If we would like to check the target for this one, if we want to add a dependency for the target of this one, then we just add... then we just check, we set the base type to be equal to this. Okay, let's continue with this. So action on target change. Then we want to add listener, and we want to add check target interactability. And that's not what we want to do here. We need to set fulfilled, and we need to call on change. These are the two things we want to do. Check target interactability. So we do... a bool is target interactable. Is target interactable equal to false? And then we do if action dot target is not equal to null. And then if so, then we do... I don't want a big I here. Is target interactable is equal to action dot target dot can perform action. No, can receive action. Interactable type. Can receive action. And then we do something similar as this one right here. So if is target interactable is equal to fulfilled, return. Otherwise, we do fulfilled is equal to is target interactable and on change dot invoke this. Does this make sense? Definitely want to remove this one, I think, but let's see. I'm still thinking about the feed. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. I think this is good. So we can remove this one here. Can we? We don't need it. We just want to check if... Yeah. Um, so this is very nice for the purpose of setting an action to ready or not ready. It's not as nice just yet for do I want to have a reference to action here? Maybe. That's the action reference we set here. So what I'm thinking now is, yeah, I think we want to fetch some, like when we have these dependencies, we still want to fetch information from action more than just state change. That's why I want a action reference as well. So we're going to make this not abstract, and then we're going to have add action. Oops. So something like this instead. Hopefully it will become clear soon. Real soon. One sec, just gonna pour a new cup of coffee before we continue. Okay, let's see. Is processing dependency, and then we want to fix actionable dependency. We want to rename it, but is target interactable dependency? Is target interactable? And then I wonder if the next dependency is going to be can target perform action dependency. But then I want to do can target receive action dependency and can target perform action dependency. That's what they should be named. What the hell? Can target receive action. That makes so much sense with this. Then it's located above this one, but that's okay. And then we add, I don't know why this one isn't updating as it should. Extremely annoying. Maybe because of the errors and stuff. We'll look at it soon enough. Let's call this one can target perform action dependency. I'm just gonna take this one and clear it. And then we're probably gonna take all of this, add it here. Can target, okay. Perform action dependency. And what kind of error do we have? Oh, am I? Yes, I am. Okay, we want to do, what is it? Control F2 maybe. Now then we actually change this one as well. Oh well. Perform. There we go. Interactable type, and I want to can target perform. Ooh, then I want to rename. So this one I want to rename receive type. Is that better? I think I want to rename it here as well. And then we're gonna rename this one perform type. Okay. Can target perform action dependency. Perform type. And then we just do it like this. Add action listener on ready change. On ready change. No. On target change. Change target. Check target interactability. Fuck, do I want to rename this one to check target receivability then? Is target can target receive action? Receivability. I don't even know. Huh. That's actually a word. Okay. Check target receivability. Can target receive action? And then we're done here, I think. So we want to do something here, something very similar. Check target performability. And we want to do on target change here. Can target perform action. Can perform action, perform type. Okay, nice. So these two are very similar to each other. It's basically just can receive, can perform. Cool. Yo, what's up, Cooler SK? Yes, indeed. Are a little bit late though. Yeah. But welcome nonetheless. Okay, so dependency, and then we have, yeah, and this was the last one, so let's just remove this one. Okay, so we have a dependency base class, add, which has a type, fulfilled, action reference on change. Then we have the basic dependency is processing. So this one just checks if a certain action is processing. Then we have can target perform action dependency. This one just checks if the target of a action can perform an action. And then we have this one, and this one just checks if the target of an action can receive an action. Yes. So if we go to action interaction focus, yeah, we're gonna have to rename this one a bit. Dependency, stop dependency. Would love to write this one as well. Actions, dependencies, dependencies. Let's leave it like this. And then we have this one at 61. Check dependencies. Dependency. Yeah, why do we need to send this one? I don't think we need. Yeah, we don't use it right here, but we might use it a little bit later. We'll see. Maybe, just maybe, we will be able to remove sending in this here. Yeah, maybe. Okay, this one is okay. Let's see, focus, action interaction, focus. Kurosuke was in the kitchen. Yeah, that's a valid excuse. So if we take a look at focus here. This one doesn't have any dependencies whatsoever. Which basically means that as long as this action isn't in unavailable, as long as it's not in unavailable state, we will always be able to, or the entity that has this one will always be able to execute this action. The next one in line would probably be inspect then. Very simple still. This one has one dependency and it's type focus, and we have to specify here. So we're going to go dependencies dot is processing dependency. But this is going to be one dependency. But then with the new ones, I think I want to add one additional one. Dependencies 1 is equal to new dependencies dot can target receive action dependency. This is pretty cool, I think. Inspect. Dependencies. Which makes me wonder if I wonder if we want to like automate this a bit more. Maybe, I don't know, on change, add listener, check dependencies. Oh yeah. So it's going to be type focus and type inspect. Does this make sense? Check dependencies. And then I also want to do dependencies 1 on change, add listener. Dependencies, dependency D. Don't we do it like this? Or do we need to have one of these? Yes. And here we do base.target is equal to d.actionReference.target. Is this a fucked up way to do it? Or is it a nice way to do it? I don't know. So it's... we specify or we define a lot of action behavior in this method, instantiate dependencies. Basically what we say here is that this action inspect, for this entity to be able to inspect, the entity needs to have needs to be able to focus on something, and that focus action needs to be processing. But that focus action's target also needs to be inspectable. And if that's the case, like, if that's the case, then we change this one's target to action reference target. Fuck, is this... I think this is nice. Can target receive action. And this one is just invoked when fulfilled gets changed. So what happens if this one is false and this one is... I think this is pretty nice. Yo, what's up, Diggy? It's been forever, but I know C# and recently I've been wanting to learn Unity. I made a simple mobile game using Microsoft Xamarin a while back, but that framework was trash. I've never actually heard of it. I'm just gonna Microsoft support ended 1st of May 24. So I guess you're not the only one that thought it was shit. 2016 to 2024. Or actually, that is just when Microsoft owned it, is it? Yeah, but like, if you know C#, I guess Unity won't be that hard to learn. I would recommend, it's been a while for me. But when I started learning Unity, I just went with the official Unity tutorials. I thought they were extremely nice. And then you get a feel for how Unity themselves want components and classes to be used. Okay, but for something simple as action, interaction, inspect, this is actually pretty nice. We're gonna double check if it works later on, so I don't want to, I don't want to celebrate too early, but I love the look of this. We get the target here. We will only call, like, action, we will only check dependency set state ready. We will only change to ready if the target can do... I think this is pretty great. I wonder how we did it previously. Inspect it, or this specific thing. Oh yeah, we had action. We had provider here, and then we jumped around a lot. Yeah, fuck this shit. I think this new system is way better. But then again, I don't want to celebrate just yet, but this looks nice. Diggy, the learning curve doesn't look too bad for Unity. No, I don't think so at all. I think it's pretty straightforward. Very enjoyable. So let's see how it would look for hold then. This one is a little bit more complicated, but not that much. Instantiate dependency. Actually, are we gonna have a lot of duplicated code here? The setup is gonna be a little bit different. Dependencies 2 is processing dependency. We need to focus something to be able to hold it. and can target receive action dependency type focus hold. And yeah, then we do this as well. Honestly, I think maybe we can wrap this up in a function in action, because it feels like most actions are always going to have one type that they receive a target from, and so on and so on. But we'll see. The idea is to use AI tools now for the art. Yeah, good luck with that one. I haven't done too much with generative AI, but I tried the other day to... I actually tried to generate some textures, and I mean, the result was okay. It was way below the standard I wanted, though. So it's not really there just yet, I don't think. Cooler SK AI art, question mark, angry face. Yeah, I agree. I think it's a little bit rough. It's a little bit of a minefield. But I've been wanting to use it for texture generation. Like generating textures, because if you take a look at how textures are created today in like Substance Painter, for instance, it's just noise over noise over noise over noise, and then you get a texture. I have this feeling that like generative AIs should excel at something like that, but yeah, the textures I've seen so far is pretty bad. Diggy, are you streaming somewhere else? Yeah, I'm multi-streaming to Twitch and YouTube. I would love for this to be clearer on my stream. Like, best case scenario, I would like to have both chats on stream. Unfortunately, for some dumb reason, that goes against Twitch terms of service. Right? So I can't do that just yet. Hopefully they will change their mind in the future, though. I guess you could have... I think Spius has a bot, right, that takes whatever is written in YouTube chat and posts it in the Twitch chat, and the other way around, I think. That's a very nice solution. But chat on screen is also very, very nice. Okay, so the only backside of this dependency system we have currently that I'm seeing right now is that we're going to get a little bit of a duplicated code like this, but it's not too bad, and we can probably simplify it later on. Okay, I think we're starting to get ready to test this system. Diggy, I'm going to try to go to Twitch. Yeah, you're welcome. I think I should have the link in the YouTube description. Oh, if this works, it's gonna be amazing, I think. But we have a few stuff left to do before we can actually try this one. But we can probably commit some stuff here. I think these dependencies We can commit those. Dependency. Game actions, dependencies, dependency. Is processing dependency. I don't know about the naming or namespaces just yet. And then we have action handler. Yeah, we're gonna have to fix this one. I want to see interactable hold. Interactable focus. Yeah, let's start by just fixing all of these issues. Interactable focus. Interactable. Interactable hold. Focus and interactable inspect, information provide, get inspect string. Okay, this is beautiful. My Shio GG, what's up, what's up? Start interaction, cancel interaction. Focus, hold. Let's take all of this and put it here. Interactable focus. We don't have any anchor points and type should be focus. We don't need RB, wait. This is also one of these. I wonder if we will need this one. But then again, like it's gonna be a lot of simulation, right? We're gonna simulate life in this garden of ours. The creatures are gonna interact with each other. So if one creature focuses another creature, that creature we might add some behavior here. I don't know. Mashio GG, what you working on? I still don't have my elevator pitch, so to speak, but a creature collecting game, much like Tamagotchi or Viva Pinata or Chow Garden in Sonic, you know. That's generally speaking. Specifically speaking, we're working on a action state machine. So our creatures is gonna, or our entities in the world, animate entities, are gonna interact with each other and the world, and to figure out which actions are available and stuff like that, we need this action system, and that's what we're working on. We don't need a line by anchor point for this one either. Okay, something like this, very simple. Instantiate specifics, start interaction, cancel interaction, all of them empty for now. Interactable inspect, interactable focus, and interactable hold. Hold has some functionality, inspect also has some functionality. Interactable hold or focus right now doesn't really. Yeah, the thing is that we had a working state machine action system previously. We're just improving it, reworking it a bit and improving it. Okay, so I'm just gonna do some commits and stuff like that right now. We need to fix this error as well. Okay, let's fix all errors, and then I'm gonna commit a lot of stuff, and then we are gonna fix we're gonna fix the component that handles the actions for the playable entity. We need to show to the player what actions are available and stuff like that. So we're going to fix that. And then I think we are ready to try it out, this new system. Game actions dot dependencies, dependency. Okay, do we have any other errors? Mm-hmm. Okay, so let's see here. I wanna add, we're gonna start by adding interactables. Did we have them previously? It's just that maybe interactables. Yo, what's up, Diggy? Welcome to the Twitch stream. Okay, so now I have added the interactables. I think we're gonna commit those first, then we're gonna commit the dependencies, and when we have committed the dependencies, we can commit everything else. And once again, this is 168. Okay, let's see here. Dependencies. What do we have? Can target perform action dependency? Can target receive action dependency? And is processing dependency? Okay. Anything else I want to commit with those? Well, I need to commit struct point later on as well. Action reference. Ooh, this one. Action reference. Yeah, this one can... Let's remove that one. So what do we have here? Dependency. Game actions dependencies related to okay. Action handler, yeah, we're gonna get to that one as well. I just want to, this one we want to commit. And it's basically just make point equatable, okay. Okay, sorry about this. I just want my commits to have some nice structure to them, so it takes a little bit longer. And finally this. Yo, what's up, Derek? Hope you had a wonderful weekend, man. And then the last commit, what did we have here? Did we just... Oh, this one should be included with the dependency commit, definitely. What you're gonna do... we actually have some functionality as well. Yeah, this one should definitely have been included. This one as well. And then we have this one. Add on target change and on point change. Okay, and then we have only 2 commits left to do. Diggy, welcome back to YouTube. Yeah. When you stream to Twitch, you pretty much have the option of, it's gonna be a lot of ads, you know? And then we have these. I'm just gonna commit this as adding dependencies to these. Okay, there we go. And finally, what do we have? We have action handler as well. So this one we have changed. This one we have just recently implemented. Let's take a look here. Looks nice. Looks nice. And then we're gonna have, so right now we have playable entity here. We have interactable list and action list. I think, yeah, we're gonna have a action handler here instead that handles these. Eventually, we might even... Nah, interactables, I think having them in play in entity is good. Renderers. Do we need to have this one? Okay, so I'm just going to commit this action handler real quick. Then we're going to add it to animate entity. And then we're going to see if we can do some cool shit in playable entity to fetch stuff from action handler. But I'm actually a little bit giddy about this system here with building blocks like this. It's something about it I really, really like. And also the fact that we have removed a lot of the setup. So now we just, when we define the class itself, we define the dependencies like this. So a lot of the setup in the Unity editor is gone. I like that. It's going to save a lot of time. And we can go a little bit crazy with this. We can introduce more dependencies here. Dependency building blocks. And hopefully everything will work correctly. Okay, so let's take a look at... Can we do this and this? Action and entities. There we go. Entity. In animate entity, here we have action list and possible actions and stuff like that. Instead, what we're gonna do is, let's see here. Dynamic entity can't do any actions. Animate entity is the first one that can. So this is where I want to put my action handler. This one I'm pretty sure we want to move to body later on, but okay. So wire component. Yeah, we do it like that. Type of action handler. Game actions. Do I want to do it like this? Game dot actions dot action handler. And down here we add a we add a private action game.actions. We don't need to write game here, do we? But I wonder how. Okay, we might. Game.actions.action handler, action handler. And in awake, we're gonna do action handler is equal to yes. Like this. And then we have this one here. That's very good. Action handler and can perform action, get action. So, okay, I wonder if yo, what's up, Jax? Come from YouTube. Welcome to Twitch, or my Twitch channel more specifically. So this time around, these right here is basically just going to be return action handler dot can perform type. So we just send it onwards. I think it's not too bad, right? And here we do return action handler dot get action type. It's nice to have this available in Entity. And let's see if we can remove. And we don't need, yeah, we're gonna be able to remove this one, and this one, and this one. We're just gonna have action handler here. Ground check mask immobile. This stuff and is grounded. We're probably gonna move it later on. I want to add a to-do here, just so I know. Ground related stuff to movement component, question mark. But anyway, we have an action handler now, and we probably want to instantiate it as well, right? I wonder, action handler, what do we have here? We have instantiate, where we set it up nicely. So yeah, we definitely want to call instantiate, although I wonder. Oh, love it. It's so much nicer. We don't want to do it in start anymore. We actually want to do it in awake. So we're going to do it right after this one. Instantiate. Do we need to send something in? Animate entity. Yeah. Yeah, we need to inject this. That's okay. Anything else? Okay, so now we use action handler instead. I think that's great. I want to commit this before we move to what we're going to work a lot with now is playable entity, because we can see here. So playable entity, this component is for entities that are playable, right? By the player. So here we need a lot of communication from our input handler down to our action state machine, but also from our action state machine to the player UI. So basically, when the player controls what the character focuses on, we want to send that information down to the action system, or more specifically action focus, action interaction focus. And when we focus something, so when then the component focus changes state and stuff like that, it starts processing, which means that it will notify a lot of different actions on the playable entity that they are now ready to be performed. And when they change state to ready, we need to communicate this information back to the player in the form of UIs, right? Like you can currently do these different actions. So with the item you're focusing right now, you can do these actions and so on. In the previous system, in the action old implementation here, it was a bit... let's take a look at action interaction terraform. It's a bit infected here. So down in this component, action interaction terraform, we actually have like it's infected because we have a lot of layer specific code getting down here. I think we even had action didn't we have is playable? Maybe it was an interaction. Host entity. Yeah, host entity is playable and stuff like that. Having to rely on this stuff down here, it's not great. And then you have weird stuff like this. So this is definitely something we want to change, make better. And with this new system, I think we can. What we're going to see. So it's animate, it's playable entity together with input to action map. These are the ones we're going to have a work a lot with. So here we have an bound actions, and then we have this one that communicates with it. Okay, this is going to be interesting, but before we dive into this, I'm just going to run AFK real quick, a couple of minutes. And when I get back, we're just going to commit this one, and then we get right into it. So be right back real quick. Okay, back. Sorry about that. So let's see. I want to commit this one real quick. Why? Oh yeah, because we added the action handler here. Okay. Was gone for 2 minutes and already forgot what I did 3 minutes ago. Not great. Add action handler to animate entity. Fucking hell, I hope this action system works without problems. Okay, let's see here then. Playable entity, input to action maps. Input to action map. Button map? Show button item for object. Instantiate button map prefab. Let's take a quick look at that one. Good. Okay, I get it. Here we just set up an action to interaction action. Okay, so this is where we begin. This is where we start when we get to the code that we want to change this time around. Late update. And this is in start. Okay, that's good. For each. Okay, so basically what we do here is that on the playable entity, we get the action focus. We did it like this previously. This time around, I hope we can do... Wonder if we can just name it action game dot actions actions interactions.focus focus action is equal to base.action handler animate entity. We did it to private. Yeah, that's not good. Protected action handler dot get action game actions type focus. So what is wrong with this one? Oh yeah, of course. So let's just see if we can successfully leave it like this. So without casting it to the actual interaction focus class. So basically what we want to do here is that we want to trigger this action. We want to make input handler trigger this action in some way. Some nice way. So if we take a look at action, we could force set target and point. From outside. But we want to make it processing as well. So we could do... We could set the target. Protected set those. No. Maybe it would be nice to throw it to action interaction focus. And in here we set the target and the point. We update the processing. Mm. So I guess we could do... Focus point. Okay. Focus on then. And what we do is... I'm thinking we set point... Ooh, one thing. Dependency can perform... Target can't perform action. What if target is... Okay, great. Because we want to do stuff even if point is 0. Yes, we do. Or if point is null. Okay, so focus on. We do point is equal to point. Base dot point is equal to point. But then I wonder, we're gonna get on target here, or on point change. That's okay. Maybe we want to go... Maybe we want to change... I wonder which one we want to do first. But what I want to do is if point dot game object is not equal to null, and now we do it like this. And we do target is equal to game object entity. And then we do base point is equal to point. And finally, we want to trigger the focus. We know that we don't have any dependencies. I wonder if we can just do we're going to send in set state, new state, initializing, I think. But what happens if we send in initializing and we're not in state ready? But let's say, for instance, that we're in state processing. Then we're not going to initialize a new session. We need to stop it first. Either by finishing or interrupting it. But. We're going to do some stuff here. If point is not equal to base dot point, then we need to cancel some stuff. Wonder if we want to call this, yeah, maybe set state finishing. So then this one is going to call, if we're in processing, we're going to do this, otherwise we don't do anything. Yo, what's up, PG King? Hope you had a wonderful weekend, man. So if we're processing, we call this one state new state on process change invoke finish. I don't know about this one. I guess we will notice how nice this is eventually. That state. Actually set state available, I guess. PG King had a great weekend. Oh, nice to hear, nice to hear. Same here. Same here. I wonder. Ooh. If we wanna have. I wonder if we want to be this explicit or if we could just. I will see. So if point is not equal to base point, i.e. we get a new focus point here, then we set state to finishing. So this will move us away from processing at least. But having this shit here, I'm wondering if... Oh... Yeah, we probably want to put this... Yeah, we want to put it down here. I'm pretty sure. When we have done all the interrupting and stuff like that, we probably want to return this as well. Interrupting state available. Interrupting. Interrupt set state available. Initializing, interrupting. Okay, that's good. Then we do this. I wonder what's happening here. Set state finishing. Yeah, if we're finishing something, we probably want to do... We probably want to have... where do we have it? Action, interaction. Yeah, we probably want to have these. Hold. And we do that right about here. Target interactable hold. In initialize. Probably want to do some shit like this in initialize focus. Want to do it here as well. Target interactable hold. And actually, I think we want to set... Okay. Something like this. Finish, interrupt. And then we want something similar here. I think... Focus, initialize. Type. And then of course okay, so let's see here now. So when we focus on if point is not the, if we change point, then we set state finishing. We don't interrupt. Finishing. So that's, we're assuming we're under processing. So we set to finishing, on process changed, yes, and then we call finish. And so we call finish here, we do this, and then we set state available. And when we set state available from finishing, we set the new state, and then we check dependencies. And if dependencies, if all of them are fulfilled, we set the state to ready. Right here, on ready change invoke true. And that is pretty much the route we want everything to take. It should be, it's pretty natural, I think. The idea is that the states initializing, finishing, and interrupting, they are controlled from within the action. Moving from ready to processing, moving from available to ready is also controlled from within the action, but moving from ready to processing, that needs some signal from outside. Same with interruption and going to unavailable or from unavailable. We'll see how it works eventually. So we do all of this here. So basically what we do here is, if this is processing, it's going to go to finishing, then available, and then ready. Then we continue onwards here. So we check, is the point we want to focus, does it have a game object? If it does, we do entity. We get the game object entity if it has one, and we set that to our target entity, which will prompt a lot of signals being sent out, right? We have some listeners on this one. Yo, what's up, Oslath? Thank you for the follow, appreciate it. Hope you're having a wonderful Monday so far. We're actually also going to have an on-point change here, but that's okay. And that's about it, I think. So, unfortunately, focus on, very specific. I guess this is the only downside, so we're going to have to be more specific here. So action, interaction, focus. And we're going to have to do interactions.focus. And here we do get action as game actions, interactions, focus. Would love to not be this specific. I'm just gonna see, could we I think we can. Let's see, action. I wonder if we could be as cheeky and make action, interaction, focus, listen, on point, change. And then we make this public. Would that be weird? Maybe. I'm not entirely sure about that one just yet. So make focus on listen. Is this a good idea? Maybe. What's up, Kuyo? Just gonna add a question mark there. It's something we can think about. But for now, we're gonna do this as here. Like if we went with this solution, then we would just do it would be look way nicer. Let's remove that one. Okay, focus action. Focus action, focus on. I saw you in my recommended feed. Thank you, YouTube, I guess. It's good to see someone doing a project I cannot. How come? Okay, so now when we're done with this initial link, we want to update this action map. And quick answer, disabilities. Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry, man. Input to action map. I just need to double check this one right here. Action old bound actions. Yeah, we're gonna redesign this one quite a bit as well. I think we're pretty much gonna do... We're gonna loop through every damn action that exists in Action Handler. And for each of them, we're gonna set on ready. We're gonna listen to a method here in input to action map. That is going to be bind action. And then we send in the action in question, right? And oof, we don't even need to do this. That's very nice. Or actually... Okay, we can't really do that. Kuyo context, I can't handle things like coding or art as they will give me migraines. Damn, that sucks. And I guess you have tried like medicines or... I know like special screens these days. I guess it depends on what it is that triggers the migraines. Okay, so every time an actions gets ready or not ready, we need to do things here in the input to action map. I don't know if we want to bind it like this. And actually, if we go to, I want to check action type. Like, do we have two? Okay, good. We have a get index method here, and the idea with this one is we have priority as well. I think it's inspect, or was it index or priority we used previously here? Priority, okay. I wonder if we can go do without this list. I wonder if we could do without these as well. This one, I'm not entirely sure where this one is being used. I don't think it is. Oh yeah, of course this one is not being used. Let's do action type. This one. Get the index. Okay, this one is used in playable entity. Mm. Mm. Okay, what triggers them is conceptual pattern recognition, aka strings of numbers, code, abstracting shapes. Damn. I'm just like here thinking like how would one circumvent it, but I have no idea. But I mean, doesn't like watching someone else do it, doesn't it trigger it in the same way? So the thing here with input to action map is that we have an action map with X number of inputs or options, or I don't know what to call it. Slots. Let's say slots. So currently we have 4 slots. We have, think the 4 buttons on a typical controller. I don't know what it is these days. A, B, X, and Y, maybe, for Xbox, right? A, B, X, and Y. And if our playable entity, like we want to link those 4 button slots to available actions, and we could also be in a scenario where we have 4 available actions for 1 slot. So we need to handle that one as well. And it would be extremely nice if we can. I don't want this as a list. Definitely not. I think we're gonna. This one shouldn't have that much logic. We should just send in an action here, and that's what should bind it. And playable entity will fix it for us. Update button information. Okay, yes and no. I'm not focusing on it. I'm not even paying attention to what's there. Okay, I understand it. So it's the focusing of the conceptual patterns that causes it. One could say. Too intensely focus on something. So what I'm thinking of doing here is if we're gonna do this late update anyway, like this text here. I'm wondering if Update button information. This sucks. Well, update input to action maps. True, on the flip side, is that I'm great at stories and concepts like lore or mechanics. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Okay, so this might be a little bit more complicated than I initially had hoped. But I think input to action map. I think that we're going to simplify this one quite a bit. So we are going to do but like I wonder where I want to define. It feels like I want to define it in playable entity. Like the priority and weight of actions. And initially I thought that we could just do something like this. For each get actions. We don't have this functionality right now, but something like this. And then we did action on ready change, add listener, private void, update to action. Oh, we already have one of those. So this would be where we called add action, add listener, update, input to action map. Then here we do game dot actions dot action. Okay. Action type methods. Yeah, that's true. Okay. Can't I do we need to do oh yes. That makes it even worse. but hopefully we can get away from index, because what I'm thinking about doing here is in update input to action maps. So we're listening on every action change. We send in an action, and I thought we would just check if the priority of this one is bigger than the one we currently have linked, relink. But then you get to a point where we want to unlink an action and we don't know what to fill it up with. Then we're gonna have to go through all of the ready ones and check. So what I think I want to do, like as I said, I want to get rid of get index and get priority. I think we're going to define this somewhere else. Instead, get index. Instead, what I want to do is, instead of input to action maps, bound actions, instead here we're going to have serializable. That's good. We are going to have serialize field. And here we're going to do private game.actions.type. We're going to define action types for this button, I think. So in the playable entity setup, we can define number of input to action maps. I don't know what other... Let's see how this looks. Hey, Kuyo, okay, it be 6 a.m. Damn, have you been doing an all-nighter? And Kuyo, I have subscribed and liked the stream, so I look forward to seeing your growth. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. And hopefully the situation around the migrants will improve. So, playable entity, button map pre... Don't we have... I thought we would get... But we don't. Playable entity has input to action map here, private. Okay, there we go. Serialize field, input to action map. Yeah, pretty sure I want to define them here, actually, somewhere. Where do we have it? Input to action map. List is empty. I wonder if this is a better way to do it. Kuyo, someday I'm going to find a coder and an artist to help developing my creature collecting game. I wish you good luck on that adventure. And yeah, go get some sleep. So this part right here is all about how we connect the input to the playable entity, and I wonder how I want to set it up in the editor. Yeah, it should be here in playable entity. I don't want... Okay, let's see if we can improve the input to action map. I think we're gonna do this. Let this one be exactly like it was previously, and let's see if we can implement something new for this purpose. To you, thank you as well. Yeah, it's extremely important to take care of oneself. Actually, it's a good reminder. I'm gonna run AFK real quick, stretch my legs, and get a new cup of coffee. I will be back in not too long, I hope, and then we will continue with this module here. I'm not entirely sure what route I want to take with it. Hopefully, stretching my legs will get me thinking. But be right back real quick. Okay, back. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Okay, so let's see. I wonder if I want to define in playable entity here. We have, yeah, playable setup. And this, I wonder if I want to make it so that this is where we define what actions, thank you PG Kings, what actions we want this playable entity to do. It's like we define them twice, but so here I want to define how input and action are linked, I think. Input to action maps. So like I'm thinking something like this. Input to actions map. And priority as well. I wonder. So previously here we had get index and get priority. So index was the position, the button position. So let's say we have 4 buttons. Jump and pick up or hold was on A, or south, north, no, east, north, west, or something like that, I think. It feels a little bit weird to define this link in for the action type, since this is extremely tied to playable entity. So it's not important for the creatures, you know. And priority was, for instance, if we have, so here we have 6 actions that occupy the same button. So if 2 of these are ready to be executed, which one should we take? And that's the priority value. Could we create this anew? Or my question is rather, do the creatures or other entities that utilizes this action system, do they gain something by having a priority defined? Like, do we need to have a priority defined on actions? Maybe, I don't think that's how I want to build the AI eventually, or the entities. The priorities, no. So if an AI or if a creature wants to do 2 things at once, it's not going to be decided by the primary action or whatnot. It's going to be decided by the needs of that creature. But if two different entities try to do the same action on an object, or try to do different actions on the same object, should one of them have priority? That's a future problem. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're going to define this one in playable entity. So input here, input to action map. We're gonna do input to action map is a pretty good name. There we have it, input action, action reference. And how are our inputs defined? Path. Action 1, 2, 3, 4. Mm. Invoke is in state, try start processing, try stop processing. Could we define this in... Is this weird to define it here instead? Input handler. Playable entity. Input to action maps. I like this solution the best, defining it here. But that means that we're pretty much gonna define all of the actions an entity can take multiple times. So first of all down here, and then here. Or... On process change, handle active action. So yeah, we have active actions. Do we want to have... It's weird spending this much time on this one. This is basically a non-issue. It's just where nothing is ever a non-issue though, but like where do I want to define the link between input button and action? So what rules we have? Could we do, oh, maybe that's not such a bad idea. Playable setup, input to action maps. Playable entity. Playable action. So in a playable entity like this, we define Okay, we're gonna clean this up a bit. Okay, I'm thinking about having like this. So we're gonna name it playable. Playable action might not be the best name. I'm gonna name it input action, but that's also stored for. Or I want input to action. Input to action map, input to action. I'm wondering of just renaming this one input to action. Yeah, we are. Let's create one input to action. And then I'm thinking of doing it like this. So something I did previously as well was to have, we had the input marker being tied to 4 buttons pretty much. Or like we made the input, the 4 input buttons for actions, we made them into one object. That is always tied together like this. So these are the 4 points. I want to split these up so we can actually have, if we're holding an item and we're placing it at the same time, the place button icon should follow the object where we want to place it, and the drop icon should be by the object. Or rather, let's say that we're holding an apple. Then the drop prompt should be by the side of the apple. And if we try to feed this apple to a creature, the feed prompt should be close or to the side of the creature. So I want to split these up, have them more, making them more individual, if that makes sense. I've been thinking about doing that for quite a while, so if we're going to redefine this one, we might as well do it now. Input to action. And let's see, we want to do so this one is I think we're gonna have this as namespace game.input. That's the namespace we're using for input handler, I think. Or are we? Okay, we're not using any namespace here just yet, but yeah, eventually we are. And I was about to set using system, but instead we're just gonna do system.serializable public class action input to action. The way we want to define this one then is, I want something like serialize field private I'm not entirely sure how I want to define this one just yet. Could do string. What is the name for it? Let's just say test for now. Then we have IPG. I've never used namespace. I've actually been quite bad of using it myself. Lately, but like one thing to use it for is to avoid what is the word I'm looking for? Name collisions. So for instance, C# has a class called, or actually Unity has a class called entity, and my game has a class called entity. If they were both in the global namespace, it would be a name collision. Like two different classes can't have the same name. But if we put them into their separate namespaces, so unity.entity and mine then should be game.entity, then we don't have that collision anymore. It's for organizing classes pretty much. I like the idea that so everything in my game that is related to actions is in this namespace. Everything that is related to input is in this one. Nah, you have nothing to be sorry about. Like, honestly, I haven't used it that much, so I'm also still a little bit unused with it, and I still have a task that is structure my project to have more namespaces to differentiate between stuff. But it's just like to organize stuff and avoid name collisions isn't the correct word for it, but can I do public class what is a Actually, we can do this. Public class input handler. Now we should be getting a... Yeah, so I already have a class called input handler, and it's currently not included in a namespace, so it's in global namespace. And if I do it like this, we're gonna get a issue, right? Because now I'm defining two classes with the same name. But if we do... Put this one in the game.input namespace. Now we don't have a... collision. Yeah. Okay, so serialize field public. So this is what I'm thinking. Input to action. What I want to have here, I'm gonna show real soon, but here we have game.actions.type and action types. So what I want to define here is what input is used for these types, and then I want this array here to be I think we're gonna sort this one based on priority, but we'll get there soon. Okay, PG King, welcome back. So I was just saying, like, namespace, it's used for help you structure your project, and when it becomes big enough, you might want to have classes that has the same name, but they have different functionality. So maybe, let's see if I can think about an example. Yeah, but maybe we would like to have, maybe we have a class. We have a class entity in our game, or in this game, right? But we also want to have or like this, we want to have two classes called entity. One is like more for physics calculations, and the other one is for like game logic. We really want these to have both to have the name entity. So then we can't have it like this because that makes no sense. So if we just put them in a descriptive namespace, so for the first one, we might put it in physics. And the second one we put in game, then I suppose. And there we have it. Now we can have two different classes with different functionality with the same name, but they do different stuff. I think it's really nice. Looks nice as well when we do physics entity dot something. And I mean, previously the action system, I had classes named like this. Let's see here. I had action, interaction, focus dot do something. I mean, it's nice, but it looks a little bit better if we do game.actions.interactions.focus do something. So when we call this from way outside of actions, so maybe when entity calls it, it looks something like this, but when we're working in files within the namespace, we might just do this. I think it's pretty nice. Helps with clarity on names as well. Yeah, exactly. So improving this overall structure of your project. But type is definitely like, feels like, yeah, you could go the route of having a lot of like, to name your types like action type, food type, run type, whatever. Or you could go game.actions.type, like put it in a namespace. That is definitely true, what Hilvan is saying. All of that. So, action to... What did I call it? Input to action. I'm wondering if I can define... So, action 1 here. Can I refer to this one in some nice way? We do have input definition. Action... Okay, beautiful. We're going to use these. And we can see here I'm not using namespaces here just yet. Hopefully after the namespace task is done, we will have some nice namespace here. So now we have this prefix here instead. But okay, yeah, so input, was it input definition? Yeah. Input type, maybe. I guess in the future we would like, so action types, I guess it could be input type here later on. So then I have game input type, game actions type. But anyway, so this is what I want. Because if we have it like this, we can define, we say a button and which action that button should map to in our playable entity. That's not here just yet. Entity. So playable setup, I'm gonna add in.input input to action. And I'm pretty sure this is how I want to do it. Input to actions, and then we add one. So we could, for instance, say action first should have jump, inspect, and hold. And then it's up for this one to fix it. Oh, this is pretty nice actually, because then in the future we can do, okay, this one I want to remove, but in the future we can do, which we couldn't previously, we can do we might want to be even more. We might want to specify. Oh, we might want to specify action type as well as functionality, because I'm thinking we have some action types, mainly Terraform, where we want to control the settings of the Terraform. For a playable entity that has Terraform, we want to be able to control how big the Terraform area is, how deep it should go, and stuff like that. So I wonder if we could add something in input to actions here. So by default it would be jump invoke, or how the fuck would one go about doing that is my question. That would be Yo, what's up, Hypnotic? Hope you had a wonderful stream, man, and thank you for the raid, appreciate it. Unfortunately, right at the end of my stream, I'm gonna try and wrap it up in the next 10 minutes. Unfortunately, I got some things to do. It was a good stream, plenty of help from chat for shaders. Nice to hear, nice to hear. The fuck are you doing here, Harukanan? Like much like the functionality you have like with buttons on message sent and stuff like that, it would be nice to have something similar here. Initially, input to actions, we're probably just gonna do invoke, but later on for Terraform, for instance, I would like to be able to specify in playable entity. I would like to be able to specify that this input should map to action Terraform method X, if that makes any sense. I'm kind of lurking everywhere. But that's nice. It's nice. But for now, we're gonna keep it simple. So I just want to do a map. I just want to do a map between input type and action types. because we want to have multiple actions here, which might complicate stuff, or yeah, later on. That is true. But still, I'm gonna add a little bit of a note here. Future me. That's a future me problem. Make it possible to map input type to specific Okay. So the idea then is that in playable entity, we go through, let's see here. Let's put it down here maybe. PG King, is doing it that way easier to then change it in game via options, or is that just not really a thing to take into consideration right now? Let's see if I can try and answer that question. Okay, let's put it this way. What I'm doing right now, this is like, I don't want this to be, or maybe this can be the foundation to the final input to action system. But what I want to get in place now is I just want to get a system in place that will be easily extendable. Like when we add more actions in the coming days, when we start implementing creatures, and we also want to add some of those actions to the playable entity, I basically just want to be able to add the action to a list and then make it work. I don't think so this, what we have right here, I don't think this is gonna be, oh, that's true, I didn't even think about that one. If we wanna be able to switch these in-game options later on. Because I'm more thinking about this one as like action first currently maps to Q, I think. And that is something you will definitely be able to switch in the in-game options. But the new input system in Unity will take care of that. So here, for instance, this one will be able to change easily. But the mapping between action first and the actual actions in game, I don't know. Maybe the player should be able to switch these as well. Fuck, that's another thing to think about. I hadn't even thought about it. No. Don't be sorry at all. This is actually great. And if I allow for the player to change this, like how would it work? So we have a lot of interactions and actions, but we only have a finite, or we have a much smaller number of buttons available for us. So we're always going to have to prioritize between actions, right? So which actions should occupy the button. If we let the player fully customize all of these things and not only action first, then we need to handle that as well. Okay, yeah, that is going to be something for the design document. Definitely gonna add it there. How altering keybinds for specific actions. I've always thought about it like, okay, I define A is for primary actions, and these are the primary actions. So if you change the button for jump, you also change the button for inspect and hold. If that makes any sense. Like I want to split all of these actions into 4 different groups, like action primary, secondary, tertiary, fourth, whatever it's called. And that's what you can change in the keyboard settings or keybind settings. I'm gonna have to think about it, and hopefully we can continue with this tomorrow. I think we're still gonna keep it simple and just make it work now, and postpone what we want the player to be able to change when it comes to keybinds later on. Because yeah, I need to run now. Yeah, I'm trying to be fancy, Harukanen. Still productive stream. Tomorrow we will finally be able to fully test this action system, I'm pretty sure. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. Hypnotic Games and Spires, thank you for the raids. Have a great rest of the day, everybody. Peace.